Okay, are we live on TalkShoe? Okay, here we go. Welcome to the 2024 MLS Super Draft. We are live on Restream, and I'm only doing this TV. You cannot watch the Super Draft. Now, I do have Apple TV. I think I can connect Apple TV to this without getting a copyright strike, guys. I don't believe it's possible for me to connect this to Apple TV without getting a copyright strike. I couldn't worry about that. It's 3 p.m. Actually time for the MLS Super Draft to begin. And yep. So is on the MLS stream. I know he's called a lot of college soccer games on ESPNU. So and the ACC network. So having that insight definitely does make the draft coverage better. I think that is a good addition to the Super Draft to have. But we're just waiting to see when the official rumors come in, because Don Garber's going to make an announcement any minute now. And New England Revolution order. He did get hired. So I've heard things. I've heard it is Kamani Stewart. Heard also go balls for one. A lot of things happening here. But the pick has not been announced yet, and I'm just waiting to go, and I'm waiting for John now. It's but quiet. The external discussions we're having about our currently on our roster that could conversations being had for players. We are very active in areas. Or just see what happens. been going to announce the pick yet. Okay, the reason I'm waiting on the number 1 pick, folks. It's not official yet. We do know Toronto FC is going to have the number 1 pick. But what is happening up to today's Super Draft? Caleb Porter got hired by the New England Revolution. Will be Rob Kraft's newest head coach. New England has traded $100K in allocation money to Minnesota for 28, and the Galaxy traded picks 33 to Atlanta for a Miguel Berry, the 7th overall pick in the 2020 MLS draft, who hasn't really panned out. But these are the rules. 3 rounds, draft order set by reverse points, and each pick has 4 minutes to make selection. Each team is permitted 1 timeout, 3 minutes. Pick must be made immediately following timeout. A team may pass, but will be precluded from making any further picks for the remainder of the draft. So, and I don't think anybody's going to pass in the first round. Teams often use those first round picks. And Toronto's on the clock. We're starting to see the draft order take effect. And frankly, I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen. Minnesota did acquire pick 20 today. Ooh, Nashville has number 11 now. Nashville has 11. The number 11 pick. Okay, we got to update that. That's big. That's a big trade if true. Nashville has acquired number 11. Number 11 to Portland. So Tim trade with Nashville. Number 11. So Nashville SC and Portland must have made a trade for 7 moments ago. I will figure that out. The first pick hasn't been announced yet. Hopefully I don't miss anything, but that's a big trade scenario, so we got to figure that out here. Because that's what is Nashville SC giving up to get number 11? Like, so they are trading $125,000 in allocation money to Portland for the number 11 selection. So Nashville is officially on the clock. Nashville officially has pick number 11. That is a big that is a big trade. So Nashville now has 2 picks in the lottery range. So there are players. You've got Lipscomb's Tyree Spicer. You do have Duke's Wayne Morris. There's a lot of talent in this class. But yes, Portland Timbers have traded 11 to Nashville for $125K in allocation money. So we'll update that right now, and then we'll yeah, because that just came out of nowhere. Like, really, that just flew in out of nowhere. So Nashville SC owns picks 11 and 17. I wonder if they're going to try to move up for somebody now, or if they're going to try to take multiple players. But pick 11 is now property of Nashville. We will update you guys Super Draft here on Restream. We will update you. It's like the reason I'm updating you. And as picks are coming in, I'll give you live reactions, live draft grades, live visuals. But this pick belonged to the Portland Timbers. This number 1 pick, it belongs to Portland. Now it's Nashville's property. And now that Nashville has this pick, I think it's going to make today a lot more interesting, to say the least. And I'm going to do my best to... I'm a web designer, so I write the code and get the picks and get the reactions as they come in. So now that we know that Nashville's picking at 11, got to update that. Don't have to, and I tried my best to do this for every single pick in the draft. So the biggest reason I'm doing this is because we had a ton of viewers on our last live stream. It just took off, had a life of its own. And if we get that kind of traction, I'll do whatever. Like, I will literally do whatever our audience wants me to talk about that's sports related as far as the draft goes. I will. So, all right. So that trade's been updated. And I think it's going to be interesting here. Toronto FC does. The draft's supposed to start at 3. It's 3:11. I mean, the buildup to this thing is, okay, guys, we get it. You have Apple TV. Is it going to be Tyrese Spicer out of Lipscomb, Matthew Bell out of Marshall, watching the draft with his family? You know, could be very interesting day here. The buildup to this thing. We'll go through the draft order really quickly. They haven't announced the number 1 pick yet, but top 3 remains the same for the most part. Nashville moved up to 11. And then looking at some of the other trades that have happened, Real Salt Lake, Minnesota got number 20 from New England. They traded their pit draft capital away for allocation money. And then you look at round 2, the LA Galaxy moved pick 33. And these are going to be images that are going to be uploaded to the site later today. And then Atlanta took the number. Atlanta's got 33 now. And then 78 goes to. Pick 78 goes to the Minnesota United as well. But Matthew Bell, showing his interview. It's good stuff. I'm thinking Matthew Bell might go number 1. I mean, Toronto, I don't think Toronto's going to pick. I think Stuart Baines is probably going to go first overall, but Matthew Bell could go as early as number 2. It just really depends on who's picking where and what they plan on doing with those picks. So, yeah, Minnesota's got 78. I'm guessing they're going to make the picks at 3, but the MLS is just going to torture us with this pre-draft show. That would be my educated guess, is that Toronto's probably going to make their pick around 3:30, but knowing MLS, they're probably going to give us a pre-draft show for about an hour, and then the picks are going to come in at 3:30. So we'll be waiting. I thought the draft would start at 3 and the picks would start flying in. That's not what's happening, folks. And it's not, it's beyond my control. I do not know why this is the way it is. Um, Super news is happening here. And teams are just basically setting up their boards. I agree with Joe Johnstone. If something happens at 3, it should start at 3, and like the pre-draft show should be now. So this is what Vancouver's war room looks like. All right, so we're still waiting, I guess. I mean, go to Toronto. You know it's the right thing to do. Emil Forsberg. FC Cincinnati is the favorites to sign. So the manager job, Montreal and DC United do not have coaches and managers yet. I don't think any picks are going to come in until 3:30. Look, guys, if I could stream Apple TV to this computer, I would. I just don't think I can. Let me try something, folks. Let me try something here. If you've been... Can I actually... Hold on. I don't know if this is going to affect our Wi-Fi, but I am going to try something, folks. I'm going to try something through Apple TV, and let's see if this works. Because I think this might actually work here. Yeah, because I want to see something here. I want to try something here. Go. And can we zoom in on this? Awesome. Okay, that actually worked. So we actually got Apple TV on the computer here. So let me try something, folks. Yeah, I'm going to try something. Can I do this? I'm not saying I will do this. I'm saying, can I? No, I probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't. It's probably not the moral thing to do. It's not the righteous thing to do. I mean, I'm tempted to reload. Is that Kajima, the Wake Forest center back? Yeah. So this is Kajima, the Wake Forest midfielder, Jose Kajima, who's at the MLS College Showcase. So they're showing his interview. So I do have Apple TV on, but I'm putting it on mute. And I thought about it. I actually thought about live streaming the event on Apple TV, but I don't want a copyright strike against me, so I'll refrain from doing that. But I will have it on mute. I'm watching the Super Draft from my computer, and I'll have it on mute. And now I can go into Spotify and record the draft through Anchor. So that's going to be what we do. So we'll have multiple ways of watching this. We'll have Anchor. We'll have TalkShoe. Are we still on TalkShoe here? Yes, we're still on TalkShoe. Yeah, we're still on Anchor. Okay. So, all right. Because I've got the Super Draft up on Apple TV. I just can't share the audio. I just cannot show you the video. I'm not going to replay Apple TV's content on my YouTube channel. That's going to get me booted. That's a no-no. That's off limits. That's not even something we're entertaining. Now, I will update the picks. I'll give you feedback on that when it's available. Oh, boy. We have a huge trade to announce. $350,000 in allocation money is going to David Beckham in exchange for the third pick in the draft, folks. FC Dallas has just moved up to number 3, and I knew somebody was going to trade up to number 3. I've been saying it for a while on the podcast that somebody was going to move up to Miami's pick at 3 because they addressed most of their needs. But it is FC Dallas. They are officially trading up to number 3. That has just been huge. Trade has just happened. Now, Inter Miami CF still has the number 15 pick, but they get $300,000 in allocation money and move back a few slots. So that's official. That is a huge trade. And we'll update that right now because that's a big trade for FC Dallas to make. anybody was going to trade up, it is Dallas, and then fifth Miami CF. So, what is Dallas going to do with the third pick? You traded $300,000 allocation money to move up pretty highly, and with so Inter Miami CF moves down from 3 to 15, but they've got $300,000 in allocation money. That is officially official. So we'll update the Super Draft results page here. Thank you to everybody tuning in. I can't believe we got quite the following here. It's much appreciated. But yeah, the three headline players. Pape Marboy is not going to be in this draft, unfortunately. He turned down the Tyrese Spicer. I do like Marcus Calderia, but at the same time, it's like I don't think he's a headline player in this draft. He wasn't a Generation Adidas player. So, and as the trades are coming in, come on, Anchor. Come on. Yeah, because I was about ready to start the podcast. All right, here we go. So we're starting to welcome to the 2024 MLS Super Draft. So FC Dallas has just moved up to number 3, and Miami's moving back to 15. And Columbus won the MLS Cup this year. They're picking at 32. We're just getting a recap of that here on Apple. I'm watching the draft on Apple TV. So, yeah. Let's copy and paste 3 through 15 news ticker, and let's put that on every. So they're going to another commercial. Figures. But that's a big trade between Miami and FC Dallas. We knew something big was going to happen. I just didn't know exactly what would happen and how big it would happen. But I speculated. I said back in October, Miami's going to move that pick for allocation money. FC Dallas offering $300,000 to move up 12 spots. David Beckham moving back. So, yeah, that's officially official now. I've updated that pick. And we're live on Anchor. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. I agree. Just skip to the damn draft picks. That'd be fantastic. ML just that is a huge trade to move up. And let's see what news we get from Toronto FC. minutes to make selections. So I think the draft is going to happen. So nothing's happened yet. But all these teams are in their war rooms making final preparations. It's 3:32. I would think we're going to start seeing some picks happen pretty soon. Toronto FC, they're in their room making their last-minute preparations. I still think it's going to be Kamani Stewart-Baines. But we'll see what happens here. It could be Logan Farrington as well. It could be Matthew Bell. Nothing would really surprise me at this point. So Toronto FC is officially on the clock. Maybe they're not officially on the clock, but season review, coaching changes. They have picks 130 and 59, center forward, center back, left back, right back, defensive midfielder. Basically, Toronto needs help everywhere. I mean, they did draft a goalie in the second round, Luka Gavrin from St. John's. They did draft him in the second round back in 2022. He's still on the team, but there's really not a lot there. So nothing's happened yet. I mean, we showed you the trade. We'll put it back up at 1 because I think Toronto is on the clock. And believe me, I'm doing everything in my power to find out what's happening. I know people leak the picks on Twitter. I've done enough drafts off of live streams to know what's going to happen. But nothing's been said yet. So Matthew Doyle's holding up the iPad. All right, Toronto is officially up, folks. 3 minutes, 43 seconds. We'll find out who the number one pick is in the 2024 MLS Super Draft. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. And Toronto just needs help everywhere. And in the meantime, yeah, they took Maurice Edu, a Maryland midfielder, and I think a Maryland forward is going to go here. Yeah, and back then Columbus had number 2, Kansas City had 3, and Maurice Edu. I like the MLS logo with the foot and the soccer ball better than the shield. I'm not going to lie to you guys, but hey, if I get any news, any updates, anything regarding Toronto, all 29 picks will be covered, but I will be covering more than the first round. I will be covering rounds 2 and 3. I will be covering as much as I can on tonight's live stream until midnight, or maybe not midnight, but however many hours I'm allowed to cover here. In the meantime, yeah, that's what we'll do. Like after the first hour on Anchor, we'll try to find an image of a player in the Super Draft for 17 through 32, like Josh Jones, some other players. Could probably do that now, but I don't want to be distracted either. Josh Jones is my favorite center back in the draft, so I am getting a photo of Josh Jones, the Louisville center back. And I'm going to email that to myself now so we have something for round one picks 16 through 30. Because I think Josh Jones is worthy of going in the top 5, but I think he's going to end up in the back half of round 1. So I'm already preparing for the scenario where Josh Jones ends up on Toronto and we can just copy and paste this. Really? You're showing hockey highlights during the MLS draft. I mean, like, I get that Toronto knocked Tampa out of the playoffs, but you're really going to show highlights of the Maple Leafs in the MLS draft. This is... I'm still here, Talk Shoe. I'm getting everything set up here. And it looks like the number 1 pick is in. Is that Tyree Spicer that went number 1? Did Spicer go number 1 here? It looks like Spicer's the top pick, but I'm just confirming. Yes, Tyree Spicer, number 1 to Toronto. That is official, folks. The Lipscomb forward goes number 1 overall. And Lipscomb, on Saturday, I had him going in the second round at pick 33, but once I found out he's getting a Generation Adidas offer, I was like, okay, this guy's clearly going to get an offer to turn pro. So, yes, Tyree Spicer out of Lipscomb is officially... Tyree Spicer is number 1 pick. I love this selection. I'm not exactly sure how Toronto's going to make accommodations for it, but Tyree Spicer is definitely one of the faster players in the draft. He's a player that checks off a lot of boxes. And yeah, Spicer, I think Spicer warrants an A-plus grade. I know he only had one really good signature season, but so he's the number 1 pick. So Tyrese Spicer. So Tyrese Spicer is the number 1 pick. He was one of my top 3 players in this draft, so I am giving Toronto an A+ grade to start this off. And that is official. Tyrese Spicer. Yeah, and he was a guy who's very consistent. He scored on Indiana. He can run a mile. Like, he's fast. Like, he literally... Tyrese Spicer out of Lipscomb ends up being the number 1 pick in the draft. And he ends up getting a Generation Adidas deal at the very last minute. Let's see what the Colorado Rapids have planned at number 2. All right, so here is a photo of Josh Jones. I'm going to put this in the because I have a feeling Marcus Calderia or Josh Jones, one of those two is going to fall to the back end of the first round. I just feel like one of those two is going to fall to the back half of round 1. But Colorado has their pick in. I don't know who they're picking. I don't think anybody's leaking picks. But the pick is in. Tyrese Spicer. Just curious. The Lipscomb Bisons finally have a number 1 draft pick. The Lipscomb Bisons have a number 1 draft pick. I'm processing it. The Lipscomb Bisons have come so far. They finally have a number 1 draft pick. That's something to be very proud of. Number 1 overall draft pick. Good for Lipscomb. The Lipscomb Bison. And wow, another surprise. Duke Blue Devils midfielder Wayne Frederick, the number 2 pick in the draft. Wow, this draft is off to a major surprise, folks. I mean, I did have this guy going in the second round of my mock draft, but he's a central midfielder. Colorado is one of these teams that needs help everywhere. And I will up Wayne Frederick, midfielder Duke, is officially the number 2 pick in the draft. He's a central midfielder, versatile enough to play defensive midfielder too, and he is a domestic-born player. Yeah, I'm looking for Wayne Frederick here. I know I'm running behind. I'm looking for a Wayne Frederick. I mean, shoot. Hold on. Tyrese Spicer. I got to look at the height here. 6'1", 153. That is not listed. Yeah, I'm looking for, here we go, Wayne Frederick. I just don't know how I feel about Wayne Frederick. I have some mixed feelings about it. I don't hate the pick, but I don't love the pick either. I'm probably going to give the Rapids a C here, or C+. It just depends. Because if FC Dallas gets Kamani Stewart-Baines, or they get somebody really good, Logan Farrington even, then FC Dallas is just looking really smart. And honestly, it's not that I don't like Wayne Frederick. It is, he can play the 6, he can play the 8, 3 goals, 3 assists. He helped Duke get 5 shutouts. I like Wayne Frederick, but not where he's being picked. It's not a massive reach, but it is a reach at 2. So just a crazy start to the Super Draft here. I don't dislike the Wayne Frederick pick. I do think it is somewhat of a reach, though, to take him this early. He's a raw player. He's not an established player, and we'll find out what's going to happen here. But 6 foot 145, FC Dallas. Since these people in MLS are not leaking the pick, I'm going to try to leak the pick here. Nate Jones isn't bad, but I actually like Logan Farrington. Oregon. Okay, they end up getting a senior here to Deuce Ferreira. They're going to have a really good striker tandem. And Logan Farrington is now a member of FC Dallas at number 3. That's a good pick for FC Dallas. He's a better dribbler. I liked him more. I don't think he's as potent as Duncan McGuire, but I think he's a better dribbler on the attack than McGuire was. A lot of people comparing Logan Farrington to Duncan McGuire, but the Oregon State striker, Logan Farrington, number 3 pick in the draft, top senior in the Super Draft, will not require international roster slot. Jesus Ferreira is good, but he's not a 10-goal striker. And you get a 10-goal striker in Logan Farrington, a top 3 pick in this draft, a top 3 prospect in this draft class. This is easily, I would argue this is an A+ grade. Pac-12 Player of the Year. You're going to have Logan Farrington and Jesus Ferreira. I would argue that's a very good. You're going to have Logan Farrington and Jesus Ferreira. So that's. So Logan Farrington is the pick. Logan Farrington, the Oregon State Beavers striker, goes to FC Dallas. And let me tell you guys, this 1-2 punch of Jesus Ferreira and Logan Farrington, it could be a really good tandem for years to come. And I really think Logan Farrington was a bargain. I like FC Dallas here. They take Logan Farrington at 3, and they still have an international slot. They can draft an international player. They can do whatever they want to do. So that's a good pick for them. And I will load this MLS draft results page. I've got some live reactions. It's not that I don't like Wayne Rooney. I just think Wayne Rooney at 2 is a reach. It's a massive reach. Because he only got 5 shutouts. I mean, and no, I don't want to say he's the 34th underclassman. That's irrelevant. Like, let's get rid of that sentence. But yeah, Wayne Frederick goes number 2. And I like Wayne Frederick, but I don't love Wayne Frederick as a prospect. And I think if you're picking at 2, you have to take a player you love. You have to. Like, you have to take a player you love at 2. He's fast. He defends well. So a lot of surprises coming off the board here. And Wayne Frederick. So that's Colorado's back on the clock here. The Rapids. What are the Rapids going to do at number 4? Because this draft is just flying by. It's not that I don't like Wayne Frederick. Trinidad Tobago. I am bumping this up. Kimani Stewart Baines, the projected number 1 pick. Okay, so I will bump this up to a B+ for Colorado. I think it's a reach in Wayne Frederick, but they still end up getting the number 1 player in the draft at 4. I think Kimani Stewart Baines, that's probably the best player in the draft. And Colorado gets him at 4. So Kimani Stewart-Baines, the projected number 1 pick, is going to go to Colorado at 4. That is officially official, folks. I think Kimani Stewart-Baines is probably the best player in this draft. But again, so Austin FC. So that is, like I bumped the Wayne Frederick pick up to a B+, but I still think it's a reach. At Austin FC, what is Austin FC going to do at 5? I'm really curious to see what they end up doing here. There's a minute left on the clock here, and Austin's an interesting team, and I really don't feel like I feel like Kimani Stewart-Baines a good pick, good international player to stash on under 22 team, and Wayne Frederick can use an international slot. So we'll find out what's happening, but Farrington, Jesus Ferreira. Slots available, dual citizenship. So Nate Jones, the Washington Huskies center back, goes to Austin FC at 5. They did need a center back, but they drafted Kip Keller at 5 a few years ago. I think Josh Jones is better than Nate Jones. That's just my personal opinion, but most mock drafts did have Nate Jones as the top center back in the class. And it's a domestic-born player. You can take him. You can keep your picks. I don't dislike the pick, but like Nate, you got thing with Nate Jones is he had better 2022 tape compared to his 2023 tape. So that's really my only complaint about the pick. So the first center back comes forward at 5. Oops. Okay. So it's just a very... I kind of had a feeling Nate Jones would... I like Josh better. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't... It's not that I dislike Nate Jones. I just think Nate Jones isn't as fast as he's being made out to be. And I think Josh Jones is better. I saw Josh Jones against Pitt. I was really impressed with Josh Jones to the point where he nearly wowed me. And yeah, Nate Jones had incredible 2022 tape. 9 shutouts on an undefeated Washington team. But he had less goals, less points, and he only had 3 shutouts in his draft year. That's really my only complaint with Nate Jones, but with he was going to go in the top 5. He was. Like, there's really nothing I could do. I'll give it a B. I'll give this a B+, and I'll give the... Because there's just been a few reaches. Oh, the Chicago Fire have an 18-year-old goalie, and they take Brian Dowd. So that is officially official. He is the number 1 goalie, but the Fire already have a good goalie. It's just not a conventional pick. When you have a good starting goalie who's as young as 18, and you have that goalie for unless that goalie's being bought out. Like, Brian Dowd is literally the only goalie I like enough to take in the first round. But the Fire do have a pretty young goalie. So you have Chris Brady, a 19-year-old goalie from Naperville. It's just you have 3 goalies on the roster. You have a 19-year-old goalie who had 8 shutouts. So yes, the pick is in. Number 7's in. Brian Dowd is my favorite goalie in the draft, but at the same time, I'm not sure if that's Jacob Murrell, Georgetown. So DC United needs a striker. They get a striker. That is a fantastic pick. Murrell's only 19. So that is Jacob Morrell, the Georgetown striker, is the official pick. And DC United still has those 2 international roster slots that they can use later. I do like the Jacob Morrell pick for DC United. They could have gone Matthew Bell. They could have gone a number of different routes, but I'll give DC United an A for Jacob Morrell here. I do like that pick. I don't like it enough to give it an A+, but I do like it enough to give it an A. So the picks are just flying through, like, yeah. So Jacob Morrell is officially the number 7 pick. And I'm making sure we've got everything covered. Yep. So awesome stuff here. Yeah, so there's York's on the clock. They've got like a minute left before they have to make the pick. So yes, New York's on the clock. They've got a minute left. And basically just recapping here, Farrington, I do like the Stuart Baines pick. Nate Jones was a slight reach, but it's not a knock on Jones. Dowd, I think Dowd's the best goalie in the Super Draft, but from a fit standpoint, a needs standpoint, this makes no sense. You already have a 19-year-old goalie, Chris Brady, who started 30 games, 8 shutouts, and now you take another goalie who's older than your starting goalie. Like, what? If you're just draft, unless you know you're going to end up selling Dowd for allocation money, it really makes no sense to do that. And yes, thank you guys for tuning in. Wow, 38 downloads, 38 viewers for people that don't. I'm really humbled, really honored. But yes, New York City FC. So the pick is in. It's not being leaked. Let's find out what New York's going to do. So once I get through the top 10 on Anchor, I am going to start looking at other options here. But the pick is in, and New York City FC is on the clock here at number 8. I think New York's making a trade with Seattle because Brodillo Rodriguez's MLS rights will sign with first team contract. He scored 17 goals, came up through Portugal's system. I honestly think we have a trade here because it's just been way too quiet. Like, New York has been way too quiet with what their intentions are with this number 8 pick. And look, I like Jacob Morel. I think some of the international strikers like Calderia and are better, but Jacob Morel was a consensus top 5 pick. So to get him at 7, a hometown guy who's familiar with the city, familiar with the environment, Malachi Jones out of Lipscomb. Lipscomb has 2 picks in the top 10. Really? But yet, looking at this, Minnesota, it's going to be on the clock. But Malachi Jones out of Lipscomb. I'm going to Google what Malachi Jones. I've never heard of Malachi Jones. I'm sorry if this causes me to fall behind in the draft, but like, I have never heard of this guy. He's a sophomore. Okay, he had 5 goals and 12 assists. He was the playmaker. Okay, I can get on board with that. I don't hate that pick. I don't know who the guy was, but I can get on board with that. I mean, he's more of a winger, more of an attacking mid-type player. So he is a striker, though. But he's a striker with more assists and goals. So Lipscomb, the Lipscomb Bisons. I'm probably going to give this an A- because I do like the fact that he has double-digit assists. There's something there where I'm like, okay, he can create scoring chances. Maybe I'll give it an A. But yeah, Malachi Jones was a big surprise. It's just a big surprise for a pick, like that's not something I expected to happen. Malachi Jones was not, if you told me Malachi Jones was going to go 8th overall, that's not something I would have been like, I mean, I didn't even. I must have. So Malachi Jones is officially the pick at 8. I was hoping we would get to 9. I really was hoping we would get to 9 on Anchor. I don't think that's going to happen. Hugo Bacharach, the center back from Indiana, who is going to require an international spot, goes 9th. Hugo Bacharach, Minnesota, I don't think Minnesota has any international roster slots. I don't believe they do. So, yeah. Hugo Bacharach is going to be an MLS Next player that they so that's going to be so he does have good athletic traits. That's probably why I would bump. I'll give this a B. I don't hate the pick, but I do think it is a reach. And the fact I was going to give this a B minus or a C plus, but the fact that Todd Yeagley is praising the pick is why I'm going to give Minnesota a B. I'll spare them with a B. I'm not going to like completely roast them because you can make the argument it's a reach, but at the same time it's like it's not a horrible pick. It's actually a decent selection. I just so I don't. I give it a B. I have not given any teams a C grade yet. Outside of Chicago, they took a goalie. The Chicago Fire have a 19-year-old goalie, and they drafted at 6. And you don't spend the number 6 pick on a backup goalie. You just don't. I just don't agree with that principle, that thought process here. But I do like Hugo Bacharach. I mean, he ends up going 9th. So, you know, we're going to be back pretty soon. The Loons, Minnesota United FC, the Loons. I mean, Yeagley does. Certain schools are considered powerhouse programs, like. Yeah, so Bacharach, I don't dislike Bacharach, but I feel like a lot of these guys are getting pushed up due to their traits. And Bacharach has been a sweet pick for Montreal, but Minnesota, they do have that international slot. What is Montreal going to do at number 10? All right, we're about to find out what Montreal does at 10. If you missed anything on Anchor, Hugo Bacharach was the 9th pick in the draft. Grayson Duty. Ugh. I mean, he's willing to put his body on the line. That's great, but I'm pretty certain Grayson Duty was the right back. And the last name Duty just rubs me the wrong way. I mean, I don't think it's his fault, but like, I got to get more research on Grayson Duty. That's not a player. I'm not a. Wyatt Meyer. So I just the name Grayson Duty. I don't know why. I feel like he's going to be a bust. Wyatt Meyer out of California is going to Nashville at 11. That is officially official, folks. I do like Wyatt Meyer more than Grayson Duty. Wyatt Meyer was one of these guys who dominated the MLS College Showcase. So that's a good pick for that organization, that spot. But yeah, I look at I mean, that's just brutally. So we have a trade to announce. Colorado may be trading that number 12 pick. So yeah, Wyatt Miller. I do like Wyatt Miller. I mean, Grayson Duty wasn't even on my rankings. So the New York Red Bulls have moved up to 12 now. That is officially official, folks. So the New York Red Bulls now own the 12th pick in the draft, but we don't exactly know what's going to happen. So 14, 43, and 50,000 in allocation money. So wow, that is a big trade. That is a big trade. That's a good trade for the New York Red Bulls to move up. They only give up 50,000 in allocation money. They move up 2 spots. They give up their second round pick. If the New York Red Bulls get Matthew Bell or Marcus Calderia, they might get an A+ from me. Honestly, that might be enough to get an A+ grade here at this point, because this is just after the top guys. I think this is the first draft I can remember where I have not given out an A+ pick since the 4th pick in the draft. That should say a lot. Like, because usually when I do a draft, I will saturate the draft with A-plus grades. I have not handed out an A-plus grade since pick 5, but I don't think anybody's done anything horrible enough either. Outside of Montreal, I really don't think anybody's made a horrible pick. And the Red Bulls take Aiden O'Connor, center back Virginia. Not a bad pick for them. I'm a little bit surprised they went that route, but Aiden O'Connor has size. He is big man, 6'4", 205 pounds. Aiden O'Connor is a big man, and that's a good pick for a New York Red Bulls team. Just kind of surprised that was the pick because Aiden O'Connor, really reliable center back. I've seen him in the ACC. I know he's good. He was, I don't know if he was at the MLS College Showcase, but he's one of the bigger center backs in this class, and I do like Aiden O'Connor. Okay, I've seen his film. Aiden O'Connor was one of my preseason first-round picks. So I do like Bulls taking him in the third round. They end up picking him 2 rounds earlier than I expected. So this is the first I've correctly predicted, which is actually pretty funny. That is pretty funny. The player I predicted the Red Bulls would get in the third round goes at 12. I'll probably give the Red Bulls an A grade because I do like Aiden O'Connor. Maybe I'll give that a B+. I haven't decided, but New York Red Bulls, they have good center backs. They are stacked at that position. I feel like a lot of these teams are just drafting players for their farm systems at this point because they're not trying to make their teams better now. They're just trying to buy free agents and get players that will help their farm systems. That's pretty much where we're at, folks. I mean, so let's see what's available here. The Earthquakes are on the clock now at number 13. I mean, it's not a pick site, but I'm bummed out about either. So the pick is in. What is going to happen here? Yeah, so what's going to happen? Is this a trade here? This feels like a trade. If we're being honest, this feels like a trade. Still have 29 people here. So thank you to everybody who's still on the stream listening to us. They're picking somebody in the first round. They may not pick somebody in the second round, but the fact that they've got the phone, they've got the scarf ready to go. Ugh. I mean, Jamar Ricketts does fill a need. He's versatile, but San Jose needed a left back. I don't dislike Jamar Ricketts, but he was mainly a left winger. Yeah, Jamar Ricketts probably going to move to defender in the MLS, but Oh boy, Dave Tepper gives up 125,000 in allocation money to move up to 14. I mean, I don't remember a draft where this much talent, where a lot of teams, where outside of the top 5, a lot of the teams really didn't get value. I just don't remember a draft like that. I guess I should be used to it. What the heck is Charlotte FC going to do at 14? Tiger Smalls from Loyola Marymount. Oh, God. Some of these trades are just bad. some of these picks are just laughably bad. It's like we have Yannick Bright, right back. That is a good pick. Florian's, New Hampshire, one of Florian's favorite schools. I know I like this pick. This is a good pick. New Hampshire Wildcats. I really like this pick here by Inter Miami CF to move up for their guy. I don't trust Dave Tepper. I don't trust Dave Tepper with any draft decisions. I mean, you got Marcus Calderia still on the board. You have, Marcus Calderia is still available at 5. And it's like, I mean, some of these decisions are just bad. I don't agree with the thought process at all on some of these decisions. There's not a pick I've hated. So I looking at this, so yeah, I'm going to put a photo of Marcus Calderia here. I don't dislike Tiger Smalls. I just don't think it's smart to trade up for a player when that player did not become a starter until the midseason. So Matthew Bell, one of the top players in this draft. This is an excellent pick. And Real Salt Lake continues to get good talent. It's not even fair at this point. But yeah, Matthew Bell ends up going at 16. So let's see what's available here before we do anything else. And All for City has traded 15 and 75,000 in allocation money. They are now on the clock at 17. Wow. Some of these decisions are just very baffling to me. And Real Salt Lake is now on the clock. I mean, St. Louis City SC is now on the clock. They own the 17th pick. They give up the 50th pick, but they move up to 17. I mean, it's like, I'm just trying to process this. Like, St. Louis didn't have a first round pick. They picked at 50. They picked at 50. And they're now picking at 17. Has this ever happened where we've seen a team move up from 50 to 17 in the draft? I mean, that's actually kind of impressive. I mean, And St. Louis really only needs a minute to make their pick. It's nuts, though. Like, this draft has been freaking crazy, man. Like, I will show some screenshots. You know what? We're not live on TalkShoe. I'm going to fix that. Right now, we're going to fix that, assuming TalkShoe doesn't disconnect us. Here we go. I'm back. Hey, everybody. Jose Kajima, Wake Forest winger. He will require international slot. This is a solid pick. That is certainly an interesting pick. I am going to get a photo of Matthew Bell just in case Marcus Calderia and the other player don't go in the first round. It's not that I dislike Jose Kajima. I just think Jose Kajima at pick 17 So Matthew Bell ends up going to Okay, Calderi is still there. Josh Jones is there, and Stefan Anor Gafami, the Virginia striker who won ACC Player of the Year, is still on the board at pick 18. This has been the craziest draft. I mean, the only way the NFL draft could top this is if Jaden Daniels or Michael Penix Jr. went #1 over Caleb Williams. That's literally because I don't think that'll happen in real life, but like. That is literally the only way to top this. So Real Salt Lake back on the clock here. And just a crazy, crazy super draft. Really is. Like, this draft has been freaking insane. I don't remember a draft where you had all this talent. Kevin Bonilla. I did mock Kevin Bonilla to Real Salt Lake in the second round. They do need a left back depth is an area of need for Yeah, Real Salt Lake is probably my biggest winner of the Super Draft. They get Kevin Bonilla and Matthew Bell at 16 and 18. I thought they've had a really strong Super Draft here. But there have been a ton of reaches, like all right, we'll be back for part 3 on Anchor. Stay tuned. Yeah, I can definitely. I see more of a. I think Matthew Bell is going to be special, but I'm debating: do I want to put Marcus Calderi on the cover? We'll go with Matthew Bell. If we can't, if Calderi doesn't go, but I really like what they've done. I do. I really like what Real Salt Lake has done with this Super Draft. I actually had him going. I actually had Real Salt Lake going this direction. And Jaden Hibbert, Connecticut goalie who is 20 years old, is the first goalie off the board at pick 9, a second goalie off the board. I kind of had a feeling he might get picked ahead of I do like the intensity this guy plays with, though. So, not really complaining, but, you know. So, Jaden Hibbert is the pick for Atlanta at 19. They take a goalie. And I mentioned Atlanta as a potential goalie destination when I did one of my earlier mock drafts because they had 4 goalies, 2 goalies in their 30s and 2 goalies set to be free agents. So I sort of Atlanta was one of these teams I was looking at and saying, okay, they might actually pick a goalie. I didn't think they'd pick a goalie this early, though. It sort of feels like they panicked. So that is officially the pick here. Welcome back. Welcome back, folks, on Anchor, Spotify. But Jaden Hibbert, the second goalie off the board, has just been picked. I kind of so Kevin Bonilla, I do like what they did. Jaden Hibbert. I don't hate this pick, but it is a massive reach considering the value you're getting. I think he's a late second round pick. I think he's an early to late second round, mid to early to late second round pick. That's not a player you want to spend that top 20 selection on when you're you trust Arthur Blank with this guy. I would And that's the thing with Atlanta United FC. They needed a goalie. They don't really need a goalie, but at the same time, they're one of these teams that did need a goalie. I mean, they had 2 free agents they were set to lose. Atlanta's set to lose those 2 free agents. I'm not saying I won't. Marcus Calderia. Minnesota. Freaking Minnesota. Excellent pick at 20. Minnesota took Hugo Bacharach at 9, and then they come back and they get Marcus Calderia at 20. And I am going to change the Hugo Bacharach. I will bump this up to a B+. I'm not going to bump it up to an A, but yeah, Marcus Calderia, probably my top player available in the back half of round 1. So Marcus Calderia. All right, perfect. That is amazing. So Marcus Calderia, he ends up coming off the board at pick 20. All right, so that is officially the pick. Marcus Calderia is officially the pick here. So we will officially go to so I'm officially caught up with everybody. Yeah, Mark Calderia. He goes at number 20. I love what Real Salt Lake has done with this super draft here. Okay, that's why. I forgot to put a closing bracket in there. But yeah. Orlando, it looks like Orlando is on the clock here. So Orlando is traded up to 21. So the Rapids basically they drafted Wayne Fredericks and Kamani Stewart-Payne. They've ignored striker and they've just been stockpiling up on allocation money. That's basically what they've been doing. It's like they're using the picks to collect allocation money. So we'll see what happens because I really do like some of the picks, but this has not been. A lot of teams have gone completely off script, and it's great. It's great for the sport. It's great for the ratings. Koveski to Orlando. Yeah, he is literally the perfect attacking midfielder. Attacking midfielder properly, and they don't screw up the coaching. Like, the coaches actually use him properly. That offense is going to be really hard to stop. Giorgio Kovacevski, Syracuse midfielder that had 12 assists, he's now Duncan McGuire's new attacking midfielder. Chump change. I mean, Orlando saw an opportunity and they went for it. I have to give them credit. I can't, because that's a great player to take a chance on. If you're Orlando, that is literally the Robin to Giorgio Kosevsky is literally the Robin to Duncan McGuire's Batman. Those two complement each other perfectly. So, yeah, that was a very smart decision by Orlando. I know they took Shakur Mohammed in last year's draft, but I think Kosevsky complements McGuire better. The two played against each other in the College Cup last year. So, like, I think that's a fantastic pick for Orlando. I love what Orlando did. Trade up for Kosevsky. I'll probably give them an A grade instead of an A plus because they had to give Stan Kroenke some allocation money. But hey, I can't really complain. That is a great pick. Yeah, I do love the Kosevsky pick here. It's just a great pick, under the radar pick. It's a sneaky pick. I had Kosevsky in the first round, but Orlando they find a midfielder with 10 assists and they trade up for him and they put that 10 assist playmaker, that midfielder, with their superstar striker Duncan McGuire. I think that's an awesome pick, and that's a pick that can win Orlando an MLS Cup down the road. Like, they've got all their starters coming back. If they hit on Kosevsky, this team, Orlando could be a team we're looking at in next year's MLS Cup. Orlando is one of these teams that's had a few good drafts in a row. And Ryan Shui, the Georgetown goalie. I said Sporting Kansas City needed depth at goalie, and Ryan Shui, the Georgetown goalie, is off the board here. So Ryan Shui, the Georgetown goalie, goes to Sporting Kansas City. Okay. I did have this. I really like that pick. Kosevsky is a player that helped Syracuse win the College Cup as a junior, and now you're pairing him with Duncan McGuire, the guy he had to beat to win the 2022 College Cup. I mean, Ryan Shui. Kosevsky, I love the Kosevsky pick. I think Kosevsky. I think when if Kosevsky develops and can get 10 or more assists right out of the gate, Orlando's going to have a really good team next year. Like, we could get a Miami-Orlando Eastern Conference Finals. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Kalani Kasarienzi, the defensive midfielder from Washington, ends up on the Seattle Sounders. I think I mocked Kalani Kasarienzi. This is the first pick I've actually correctly. Yeah. No, I had Kalani Kasarienzi to Colorado, but this is a good pick. This guy can play 110 minutes, really good stamina. I trust Seattle. I trust them with this guy. Yeah, and this is a great pick. Kalani Kasarienzi to Seattle, hometown guy. I love that pick for Seattle. That's a great fit for him. Because he's a defensive midfielder. He can play right back. He can do numerous different things off the bench. I do like the pick, though. Yeah, Jaden Hibbert, I thought that was a reach at the time, but I love the Calderia pick for Minnesota. I'll load this. I'm going to load this pretty soon. Ryan Shui is the pick here. He's faced a lot of shots. He's faced over 100 shots in each of the last 2 seasons. In the back half of the first round got better, and all the teams rebuilding reached. That's just the type of draft it's been this year for a lot of these teams. This draft has been pretty insane, but like, I think I'm going to have to give them a dry cornbread. Yeah, I am changing the grade of one of my players. Yes, so the dry cornbread grade, I gave that to Montreal, but hey, we're waiting on Inter Miami CF. Yutaro Sukata, striker, West Virginia. Wow, Sukata goes to Orlando. He will probably be nothing more than an MLS Next player, but it's still an interesting pick. West Virginia now with 2 first-round selections. I mean, it's like, yeah. It's like I'm still working on some of these picks. These picks are flying in. Inter Miami, they took Ryan Carmichael, who I had going at 17. And the Dynamo still haven't turned in their pick yet. Yeah, so I'm finally all caught up. But we'll copy and paste some of the picks in the news ticker. Yeah, so that's officially updated. Thanks for staying with us. But Kosevsky, I love this pick for Orlando. Ryan Schultz to Sporting Kansas City. Kalani Kasarienzi to Seattle. Really like that pick. Ryan Carmichael could definitely develop into something down the road for Inter Miami. So yes, I really do like the Sukata pick. And wow, and the Generation Adidas player fell to 26. Orlando has just continued to get talent. And it's nuts. Like, it is literally nuts. So the Dynamo get a Generation Adidas player at 26. That's the furthest a Generation Adidas player has fallen in the modern day MLS. But it's like, yeah, that's a really good pick. There's a lot of teams in the back half of round one that have made really good value picks. And here we have another one in Orlando. So yeah, it's like, you know, Brian Schaefer. I'm just a little bit curious. So Brian Schaefer. And West Virginia, with their third first-round pick, Jackson Lee, the goalie for West Virginia, is going to LAFC. I mean, West Virginia had more first-round picks than any team with 3. I'm pretty certain nobody else had 3 first-round picks. So West Virginia goalie Jackson Lee is the pick. I mean, I didn't have Jackson Lee in my mock draft, but he was a key piece of that West Virginia Final Four team. The main guy. So 4 teams took goalies in the first round. That was the most goalies ever drafted, where 4 goalies went. There have been 2 drafts around. This was the 3rd draft to have 4 goalies go that high. And Jaden Daw from Duquesne, a player that I'm really high on, actually. Leading goal scorer, Jaden Daw. I'm making sure it is not even the best player on Duquesne. I mean, they had so Duquesne actually had a first round pick, Jaden Daw. I did go to a Duquesne game last year, a tournament game. And was it Daw who scored in that tournament game? I'm just curious, against Loyola Chicago. No, he came off the bench last year. So he didn't even start any games last year. He came off the bench. So he's a 1-year starter and he's a junior, but you do own his college rights for 2 more years. So Duquesne has a first round pick. So that's pretty much most of the draft. Jackson Lee, West Virginia. So West Virginia leads the way with 3 first-round picks, and the Duquesne Dukes. The Duquesne Dukes got a player drafted in the first round. The Duquesne Dukes. Yeah, it's like, I mean, this guy was a player who was a 1-year starter on the Duquesne Dukes got picked in the first round. So Yeah, so the MLS draft is over on, but yeah, it's like Jackson Daw. Jaden Daw. Jaden Daw. So he is officially 21 years old. Just looking at So, yes. First round is pretty much over. I'm going to see if any updated. I'll rise. So Joey Mayer is the official first pick in round 2. So Joey Mayer to Toronto to start round 2. That's a nice pick there. I will update the web page here before we get to round 2. Joey Mayer is the official pick. And yeah, just looking at this draft here, first back end of round 1 is done. Joey Mayer to Toronto in round 2 is the first official pick in round 2. But yes, Real Salt Lake, Toronto having a good first round of the Super Draft here. I do like the Joey Mayer pick for Toronto to start round 2. That's a great pickup and a good acquisition for Toronto FC. Yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on round 2 picks. So, but this will probably be the last hour of the podcast. I'll keep you guys updated on some of the round 2 picks. The round 1 write-ups are done. I went with Kevin Bonilla here. And Jaden Hibbert, I like Jaden Hibbert as a project, but the thing with Jaden Hibbert is he's a boomer bust pick. He is a pick that not real. The Jaden Hibbert, if you him correctly, you could be getting a star, but if you don't develop him properly, you're getting a bust. I do like Calderia, but his stamina's got to improve. Kosevsky, I think Kosevsky out of Syracuse is going to be a steal. Ryan Shui could be decent if cities. Casarienzi to Seattle, that is a pick that should strike fear in the rest of the league. Ryan Carmichael, you can develop him behind Suarez. Sukata, I know he led in points, but my big issue with Sukata is he has to do a better job controlling his emotions. Stefan Anor-Gafami, he didn't really play any quality competition. I know he's a Generation Adidas player. He's a freshman, but he really didn't play anybody tough. Hugh gets him. I went with the C grade for Schaefer. I know Cincinnati needs a right back, but I see this guy as more of a complimentary right back or a right back off the bench, a complimentary center back or a center back off the bench rather than a starter. Jackson Lee has a lot of traits. He faced a lot of shots, 232 shots from opposing players. He made 66 saves. A lot of those shots were either in the net or overkicked. And then Jane Daw out of Duquesne ends up going. Daw was a bench player. And then we'll go back to round 1 here. Yep. Got to refresh this page. The first ever dry cornbread grade. Montreal, they get the first ever dry cornbread grade. I'm sorry, but Grayson Duty's like the worst center back team. But yes, okay, so first round is pretty much done. I will stay on the stream until 7 or 8. Brian Farlukan, Leo Afonso to Miami, Olu Oigunal goes to Chicago, Palmer Alt goes to Colorado, Jason Shukaluk goes to Akron. Okay, there are some moves in round 2. But looking at a lot of these picks, a lot of these teams have reached. So Olu Oigunal comes off the board. Brandon Parrish is a member of DC United in the second round. DC United is absolutely crushing this draft. I mean, they got Jacob Morel and Parrish. DC United, one of my big winners in this draft. Jamian Barker John. DC United crushed this draft. So, yeah, some of the round 2 picks are flying in. These picks are freaking flying in. Only reason I haven't updated the photo yet is because Jelani Forbes to Charlotte. Just from a value standpoint, they have crushed this draft. Oigunal is off the board as well. Malik Henry, Kyle Linhares goes to Porty. I do like Jason Shukaluk where he went in round 2. I do like that pick. Okay, but like draft, I think DC United has had a really good super draft. They got Jacob Morel and Brandon Parrish with their first 2 picks. Palmer Alt is now a member of the Rapids, trading out of the first round to get more allocation money. And then Stan Kroenke gets Palmer Alt, the preseason number 1 pick in round 2. That's not a bad place to get. Because if it doesn't work out, you don't have to sign him and you literally nothing. Oh, we're live on Anchor. Cool. Or Spotify. Anderson Rosa. Jacob Abali to Portland. Kyle Inhares. What are my LA Galaxy going to do? I am so nervous about what my LA Galaxy are going to do. But Palmer Alt at 34 is a really good pick. He was the preseason #1 pick back in August. And you're getting him in round 2. And essentially, if things don't work out, Turner Humphrey goes to Dallas. Well, that's a good pick. That's a good center back to develop. Damian Barker-John. It's just not even fair. Like some of these picks, Jason Shukaluk, the Akron striker, goes to Chicago in round 2. I had a first on him. That's probably Chicago's best pick. Brandon Parrish is a. I like what Real Salt Lake did here. Damian Barker-John. I had Damian Barker-John in my top 10. He's still on the board. Jelani Forbes goes to Charlotte. Malik Henry. It is. That's a great pickup for them. That's a really good pickup for them. Ethan Brandt, the Western Michigan goalie. So we've just taken another goalie. Bola Rose, San Jose State midfielder. Because after the first round, it is like a lightning round. The Red Bulls get Turner Humphrey. That is actually a good pick. 6'4", 188-pound center back on the Oregon State Beavers team that made the College Cup. That's actually not a bad pick. The Whitecaps. Now that was the Red Bulls traded this. The Red Bulls didn't get Turner Humphrey. They traded this pick to Colorado for Anderson Rosa. I remember Florian telling me how much Anderson Rosa sucked. He gets drafted, though. Colorado Rapids pick Anderson Rosa in round 2. And the Rapids did need a left back. They did. The Rapids do not have any left backs. They traded their starting left back to St. Louis, and then their backup left back, they traded him. They had to get a left back. They get Anderson Rosa. Wow, Josh Jones to Real Salt Lake. They have freaking crushed this draft. They get Matthew Bell and Josh Jones. It's not even fair. Like, just hand Real Salt Lake the MLS Cup. Not even fair that they end up with Josh Jones at 48. I think Real Salt Lake is literally absolutely crushed this draft. Damian Barker, John, I think Real Salt Lake's probably the biggest winner. So Josh Jones will be the cover athlete for round 2. I want round 2 coverage, guys. Don't even think about freezing on me. Antino Lopez got picked twice. Javier Armez. Usman Silla is now goes to Orlando. Philippe Murkovic, another one of the guys that really he was Pitt's best player this year. UC Berkeley. Sporting Kansas City takes Dyson Clapier, midfielder Akron. I'm not a big Clapier guy, but hey. And Tino Lopez, a Duke midfielder. I mocked him to Seattle in my very first mock draft. A striker on Penn gets picked. Philippe Murkovic, the Pitt Panthers midfielder. Usman Silla. Dynamo get the Generation Adidas freshman at 26, and they get Usman Silla, the top senior from Clemson, in the late second round. The Dynamo have freaking crushed this thing. They have, and Zach Zhang, the younger brother. Tucker Lepley to the Galaxy. Zach Bohanna to the Union. What a freaking bargain. I had Zach Bohanna in my top 10, and no teams have passed on picks yet. What a freaking... So Zach Bohanna goes to Union in round 3. I am getting a Zach Bohanna photo. And some of these picks really do confuse me. So I am going to get the photo up. Holy shit. Sorry about the language, folks. I did apply for a Senior Bowl pass. They did accept. I didn't think they'd accept. So Zach Bohanna goes to and my phone is about to die, by the way. Like, I'm just letting you guys know, even though this has been a lot of fun. We have the news ticker for all the picks updated, and really happy that teams are actually not passing on draft picks. That was my biggest pet peeve with the Super Draft. We're not seeing that this year. So, Zach Bohane. Mads Westergren, a player I mocked at 15, goes to FC Dallas in round 3. So I'll try my best to update you guys on some of the picks as they come flying in. But yeah, best pick in round 2 was Josh Jones. The news ticker for round 2 is up. The grades for round 2. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot to put a hyphen in Josh Jones. I'm sorry, there was a Josh Jones from the Senior Bowl that I interviewed. I knew there were 2 Josh Joneses on the site. Why does this say 2023? I got to make sure it says 2024 on all of them. All right, so we do have rounds 2 and 3 to go. So yeah, we've got the photos up. I'm not going to have all the draft grades up, but I do have the news ticker. I can give you guys updates on some of the picks. Nicholas Florio Chateau, St. John's goes to Vancouver, and Bryce Bonneau goes to Notre Dame. But I will do the news ticker for round 3, and I'll try to break down some of these picks here. I want to see what position Patrick McDonald plays. I don't trust the MLS League websites. I don't. I trust the college websites. Yeah, he's a midfielder. They got that one right. And the Rapids end up taking Gunnar Studenhoft from Manhattan College. I've never heard of Manhattan College. Maximus Jennings from Georgetown. Casper Moles. So Atlanta drafts the 2 sophomore goalies. They draft 2 goalies. It's like drafting 2 quarterbacks. Okay? If you get a good goalie with one of those picks, okay. If either one of those goalies ends up becoming your future starting goalie, great. And if not, you lose your job. Arthur Blank gives you a severance package and you get roasted by Joey. It's that freaking simple, folks. There is no way around it. And Jonathan Robinson out of Western Michigan going to Sporting Kansas City. That is an excellent pick for Sporting. I am happy for them. Pep Casas. Is that a striker or a... I got to check. Pep Casas from UNC Wilmington. Okay, we got to reload TalkShoe. We have to. I'm sorry. This is inexcusable. I don't like you cutting out TalkShoe. But hey. Yes. All right, so we're back. Pep Casas from UNC Wilmington goes in the third round. The Super Draft needs to stop lagging. There's been way too many There's been way too much lagging. Francesco Montali from Boston University. We had 4 goalies drafted in the first round. Western Michigan, 5 goalies. Six goalies. 7 goalies. 8 goalies have been drafted so far. 8 goalies. So 8 goalies have been drafted. North Carolina, Wilmington. Tucker Lepley, the UCLA midfielder. And then Zach Bohanna, the Philadelphia Union take Zach Bohanna, a top 10 prospect, with the third round pick they got from Austin FC. That's just a bargain of a pick. That's a bargain value to get him in. Fletcher Bank. Ruben Masals went in round 3. And Fletcher Bank goes to Toronto. Toronto has had a good draft. I had Fletcher Bank in the first round of my draft. They went with Patrick McDonald, the Indiana junior, in round 3. A little bit of a weird pick, unconventional pick to say the least. And they end up taking Fletcher Bank at right winger in the third round. And Lipscomb's Tyrese Spicer is the number 1 pick in the draft. The Lipscomb Bisons are finally royalty in the world of sports, or at least the MLS Super Draft. Yeah, Eli Conway, the striker for Montreal. But you took two sophomore goalies. It's almost like you're banking on one of them to develop into something. Carson Hodgson out of Western Michigan. Yeah. So nobody passed on picks. So that I consider that a success. Like you kept teams from passing on picks. Mads Westergren from SMU goes 73. That's a good pick. No, because we had like 5 picks in our mock draft correct. Like, we correctly predicted the teams. Yeah, Jonathan Robinson, the center back, the left back from Western Michigan that I told you about, went to Sporting Kansas City in the 3rd round. That's a steal for them. I thought Sporting Kansas City, they drafted the Georgetown goalie in the 1st round, but then they come back and they really end up doing well on day 2. They get Dyson Clapier, the Akron midfielder that was at last year's MLS College Showcase. He looked like he had an attitude problem, but I don't know what the deal is. I can't really say. Bubba Fofana, Portland. So we had 9 goalies drafted. An MLS record, 9 goalies were drafted, 4 of which went in the 1st round. And nobody passed on their picks. If you had told me 9 goalies were going to get drafted and that we would have 4 goalies drafted in the 1st round for the 2nd time or 3rd time in the league's history, I would have said you were crazy, but it's happened. 4 goalies did get picked in the 1st round of this draft. 2 of those goalies were from the MLS College Showcase. The Charlotte 49ers, they get Rion Tori, the Japanese midfielder from the transfer portal. He also gets drafted on the same day that he commits. That's insane. Like Ruben Masales, Real Salt Lake just freaking squashed this draft like a bug. I don't know what else. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, and Real Salt Lake gets Maximus Jennings and Ruben Masales. I thought Real Salt Lake just crushed the first 2 rounds of this draft. They got 2 top 5 players in one draft class, and they got one of those players in the second round. Like, they absolutely crushed this draft. I don't even think there's a conversation. I don't think there's a clear number 2. And Mr. Irrelevant was, in fact, a goalie. I mocked a goalie to Columbus at this pick for depth. Luke Pruder, California Irvine. So Luke Pruder. So that is the draft in a nutshell, folks. I will post a I'm going to end this soon. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's been almost 4 hours. I could keep going. I could start typing draft grades, but like it's 7:30. I'm not even sure anybody else cares at this point, but I do. 13 people are still here. Okay, fine. I'll do my best to keep going then. But I'm just letting you know my phone is going to die soon. So be conscious of that and be aware of that. And just be mindful of that. So Joey Mayer, and don't worry, I will have more MLS content on Saturday's podcast, especially when you consider that the ratings the last 2 shows have been through the roof. It's like, yeah, the ratings being as high as they are on the podcast, we're going to keep talking about soccer. We are. Because I am an animaniac when it comes to having killer ratings. Okay, so that first write-up for round 2 is done. But you can see like some of the picks here. So we'll go back. We'll start. Start the write-ups for round 2. I believe Austin did make the trade with Colorado. They did. It's like... So there's only 2 Generation Adidas players in the entire draft, and you get one of them at pick 26 at the end of the first round. Like, we're not even upset that you traded your 3rd round pick away. We're so impressed that you got those 2 impact players, those 2 potential stars, and you're picking at 26. Like, to get 2 impact players at pick 26 and in the late 2nd round, I don't even know where to begin, because it's very difficult to pull that off. I guarantee you there's going to be an NFL team that does not pull that off. The Houston Dynamo might be better at drafting than, I don't know. But yeah. I've got most of the picks up. Bryant Farkalun. I want to thank everybody for joining in. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, so we got that pick. That pick's ready to go. So yeah. Get all at number 4. I'm not sure how they did it, because Austin FC ends up getting the early 2nd round pick at the end of the 1st round with Atlanta. They trade some allocation money, and the Rapids end up getting Palmer Alt in the beginning of the 2nd round. But yes, we're going to be off the air in 7 minutes. Bryant Farkalun. I could keep doing this, but I probably do need a break, because my iPad's at 43%. I mean, you guys don't want to see me here, do you? It's like, no, he's a forward. I think, do we have him listed as a midfielder? I gotta make sure here. Freaking MLS had him listed as a midfielder. He's a forward, probably a winger, but like, that's one of the things that kind of disappoints me about MLS is they don't watch college soccer. They keep track of positions based on where the player's projected, not based on the talent level. But yeah, 5'7", 150. He's from Liberia. I don't know where Liberia is. I'm guessing that's somewhere in Africa. He did score 2 goals in a 2-0 win over San Jose State. I mean, he did, yeah. Texas Rio Grande Valley did beat Xavier earlier in the season. I mean, Xavier did go on to win the Big East tournament. And Texas Rio Grande Valley did beat them earlier in the season. Farkaloon is a big reason why. 5'7", 150. I'm going to give this I don't know. I mean, you could argue it's a B grade or whatever, but yeah, I mean, Real got 2 of my top 5 players. And they still got good value. They got Matthew Bell, Kevin Bonilla, a fullback that Florian is super high on. Jefferson Amaya went undrafted, which sucks because he better be draft eligible next year. I mean, Jefferson Amaya went undrafted, but like, you get Josh Jones, a top center back. You get Damian Barker-John, who made a half-court shot in the second round. And then you get 2 more quality players in the third round. I thought Real Salt Lake dominated this draft with each of their 6 picks. They made something happen. They have to be the biggest winner for me. I don't even think there's a close number 2. I mean, you can make a case for DC United. What did DC United do in the third round, though? That's really what I'm looking at. They took Nathan Crockford, a goalie from Wisconsin. Nathan Crockford. Because I thought their first 2 picks, they knocked it out of the park with Morel and Jacob Parrish. They get Aldair Sanchez, a Sacramento FC USL player. Because they got a top 5 player at 7, and they got a late first-round player in the second round at forward and midfielder. Yeah, Leo Afonso was a player that was underwhelming. I'm going to give that a D grade. Olu Oigunal, I do like that pick. Chicago did need a left back. Chicago did need a better fullback. Oigunal can play center back or left back. He gives that back line some depth. Palmer Alt, the Butler striker, can play, listed as a midfielder. Palmer Alt was a good pick. Brandon Parrish, Shukaluk. I thought a bunch of teams really hit on their draft picks. But, you know, the FC Dallas gets Turner Humphrey. They get Turner Humphrey and Logan Carrington, and then they get Mads Westergaard in round 3. I thought FC Dallas had a good draft too. Looking back on what they did in the Super Draft, I mean, as an LA Galaxy fan, I'm not really happy with our draft. We took Ethan Brandt, the Western Michigan goalie, and Josh Jones ends up dropping to Real Salt Lake as a result. But yeah, that's going to do it for the stream, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Chris Ransom. Enjoy the 2024 Super Draft. We'll have more live grades and cornerback rankings on Saturday's podcast on TalkShoe. So long.